Fixing these borders, huh? Fixing these fucking borders. I kind of hate Chagglepup, but there's another one drop that people play that, like, it's an elf that gets +1/+2 if the opponent's got a non-basic that I do like better, but I'm trying out a version with quad Quirion Dryad, so really want to maximize my non-green cards. Why so grim, Lavamancer? Hey, sup, Virgo? It's starting to look better. This track kind of rips. Newish Carpenter Brett. I think Call the Herd's one of the better cards in the deck. But I shaved one to get one more red spell in there. Really trying to maximize these Quirion Dryads. Rough out there in the world. It really fucking is. You are not wrong. I don't know, dude. I've seen Health a bunch of times. Have not seen Carpenter Brett before. I'm trying to take it easy on planning shows and stuff right now. We're finding our sweet spot for amount of live music that we want in a year. I think it ends up being like 1, maybe 2 shows a month. Oh, let's upgrade these treetop villages. I don't think I care about fetches too much. As soon as you saw the announcement, you knew I'd be jamming games. I was actually planning on doing a Premodern stream ever since I saw they had a Premodern event, side event at the end of Eternal Weekend Europe. Kind of got me itching. Yeah, I was planning on either playing Premodern or Pauper today. And then I just tipped it. Just tipped it a little bit. I'm going to swap out my basics. Okay. I think I'm down to jam this. There's kind of a lot of lands here, 24 lands. And I guess part of that is like being able to flashback Call the Herd, and part of that is the lava darts. I think people usually play 22 or 23. Curse Scroll would help with that. Let's throw a Curse Scroll in and have like 1 more mana sink. Something to do. I am playing Quad Treetop Village. That's not nothing. Maybe Curse Scroll over and Incinerate. Nah. I kind of like Yeah, just trying to maximize the Quarian Dryad. There's one other red flashback spell that's like kind of interesting in red-green aggro, the +3/+0 and haste with flashback. I thought about that too. I think I'm just gonna GM a quick league with this. Throw in the overlay for people just showing up. Format, Premodern, create. Sylvan Vortex, really bad with Sylvan. Sylvan Library, it really is. Yeah, the Sulfuric Vortex and Sylvan Library. I wanted one more red spell for Quarian Dryad, but maybe you're just right. Alright, I'll just play the fourth Collarherd. Collarherd's so good. So unreasonably good. I think I'm with you, though. I think I'm with you. Oh, shit. What is up? Sup over voltage? Is there a Fires of Yavimaya list in Premodern? Not a competitive one. People jam Fires sometimes for funsies, though, just from nostalgia. Fixing my extension here, throwing in Moxfield. Elephants are OP. They really are, yeah. Alright, I need to cut one card from the sideboard. I like the Tempting Worms in Red Mirrors, and I like them against Madness. Is that enough reason to play 3? I think so. I guess that means I'm, like, cutting a Pyroblast. Kind of hate it. I like having the access to the Vortex versus Exalted Angel decks, of course. Those are hard decks to beat otherwise. Could cut a Tormod's Crypt, just have a single Tormod's Crypt. A little random. The one of, all right, let's go. Where is it? It's like specialty. Premodern Friendly League contraption. There's 66 players in the league. Oh no. Are people still just contraption best of one? Why would anybody ever do that? There's nobody in contraption best of 3. People are still just going into the freeform best of 3 league to play Premodern. There's a league at it, and everyone's like, What's contraption? That's an interesting question. It means that they want to rotate that that league for different formats in the future. It doesn't actually mean anything. It's just a new word they made up. They're like, this league's going to be rotating. I would not have done that, of course. Oh, wow. This whole breach might be insane. Did I make the Pauper tournament on Saturday? I did, yeah. We chopped the top 4. I ended up losing to Mono Black and then beat several Mono Red decks. Or several aggro decks anyway. And one elf deck. was playing Blue Black Terror. I had a grand old time. Well, maybe I'm not going to get to hull breach anybody. You could just like fetch a forest here and play around Wasteland. I think I'm going to do that. But yeah, we did a 5-round tournament, cut to top 4, and we were done with everything. In 4 hours. Which is pretty wild. Fourth to Scourge, yeah. It's supposed to be a format in between modern and old school. So it picks up right at old school, right where old school ends with 4th edition. How does the power level of Premodern compare with other formats? So Premodern has some like pretty busted combos that can win as early as turn 2 and stuff. But they're very inconsistent. And there are some good counters and stuff in the format. Modern rules. They did not want to force people to play with damage on the stack. Damage on the stack, I'm not even sure if that completely overlaps the format either. I know it at least partially does, because Mog Fanatic was very different with damage on the stack. But damage on the stack wasn't the original Magic rules. Damage on the stack would make Stifle not better. Why is that? I know it would make I know it would make a Vesivin Doppelganger, not Vesivin. It'd make the survival shapeshifter deck better. Turn 1 Dark Ritual Hypnotic Spectre is indeed good in Premodern. Oh, sacking the mountain pumped their Terravore because it's both players. Fuck me. That was bad. Hope I don't lose because of that. The herds they be a-callin'. In case any of y'all were wondering how to resolve a call of the herd. Or a Sylvan Library, rather. We're so close. We're so close to a good attack. Really worried about a Geddon here. Hopefully there's Flashing Man Call the Herd. Don't do it. Don't do it, opponent. Hey, there we go. So we'd have 5 attackers to their 4 blockers. Means we only get 5 damage on them down to 2. Not quite good enough. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Zodiac Brave, thanks for the sub. I kind of just want to bolt their face, actually. Oh shit, what up? Hey, RSW Reese, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 60 months there, the big 6-0. I forgot my party hat. I always fucking forget it. Happy birthday to you, Reese. feels like getting or bust, huh, for my opponent. Interesting. Could just be a Wrath of God attack. But I don't think they usually play Wrath. Well, I guess they do. Okay. I did not block enough damage. I can't pay 4 life here. Incredible. Kind of an interesting looking game. I like how Oath would have been like kind of bad for most of it. Another Sphere of Resistance that just isn't gonna do it. Not gonna cut the mustard. Hell yeah. Yeah, Hull Breach feels fantastic. I don't know if I want Tranquil Domain too. I don't know how worried I am about Oath. Oh, let's play Tormod's Crypt. The extra disenchants are a little tempting. The way that game played out, Saphir Vortex would have been fantastic. I don't know if that's the average game, though. I don't think I like Tempting Worm against a Swords of Plowshare's Wrath of God opponent. I don't think I want it, no. I do want my Sylvan Libraries. I think I'm going to cut back on Mog Fanatic. Lava Dart's really not very good against them, but it's so good with Quarian Dryad, right? Let's go down to 2 Lava Darts. I think I will play the Overload. Worst case scenario, we pop a Factory, right? All right. Just getting in, sure. And then we have an interesting decision whether to Query and Dryad next turn or Hull Breach. I think I'm going to Dryad. Yeah, they're playing into Lightning Bolt here, but totally fine, right? They have another creature land. Land still is very much in this format. That was one of the very first decks I ever played in this format. Here, I'm going to Hull Breach the Sphere in the Sylvan Library. Hey, Razdazkafraz, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 32 months. Appreciate it. Fuck. I was worried about that one. Or if I should play a land here. Another waste. I kind of hate it, but I kind of think I have to. Awkward, we can't kill it with our 5 brain. We wouldn't be able to anyway. They had that wasteland, right? You get very blown out. Does pump the Terrorborn. They have swords up too. Very annoying. So this be gaining 3, going up to 6 life. This dies, becomes an 8/8. I think I'm good conceding here. Yeah, Power Blast is so bad. Just growing the Terrorglyph if they have one. Is Pup to slip in damage under the elephants and manlands? Pup is just a 1-mana threat. There's no major strategic consideration of Pup except that you want a 1-mana 2/1 to attack with. We have a lot of burn in this deck, so we need to get in damage. And then the burn finishes them off, you know? Little bean. They play Thorns that can make things cost more, so it makes sense to run out the Crypt early, I think. That is a good rip. Now that's an overload, I tell you what. God, that sets him back so far. I'm actually not huge on them naming mechanics after cards. It makes it impossible to search for the card in question. Alright, now I need a fucking Lava Dart, huh? Or just like Bolts and Incinerates for the rest of the game would work pretty well. I think we're going to get Wrathed here, but they are down to 3 at least. And we have 8 burn spells that deal 3 damage in the deck. Nice, we just got them. You may not chat a lot, but you sure are here a lot. I'm happy to have you here, Beast Nice, I'm shy. Streams need lurkers, huh? Everyone can't be a chatter. Thoughts on Morningtide? The card? It was fine. I don't know. Why am I being asked about Morningtide of all things? I never watched Weekend at Bernie's. I've seen it referenced enough in the cultural zeitgeist that I have a pretty good idea of how it goes. Opponent's on a mull of 5. Some decks in this format mull very well, though. We'll see. See what they're up to. Oh my god. Let me tell you a card Jackal Pup does not line up well against. Yeah, the way that you beat the Slimier in this format is you main deck Quad Lava Dart, so we're a little ahead of the game there. Even though we're not, like, actually a Sly deck. Hull Breach, letting me make them pop the Seal of Fire here without losing value, because we also get that Cursed Scroll. Very cool. I think we're just going to be casting Call of the Herds now. A cool thing about us getting this matchup is I'm going to get to board in those Tempting Worms. This is, like, the spot that Call of the Herd really shines. It's really good against, like, goblins, but it's also good. Oh my god, they just had to Fire Blast an Elephant token. Not a good sign. And that Lava Dart in the graveyard just prevents me from getting Ball Lightninged out at any point this game. We're not going to pay any life to Sylvan Library, but might as well play it there. I didn't want to pay a life to get the Monk Fanatic down. Ooh, how do we feel about Pyroclasm? Yeah, I'm wondering if I leave in a few Hull Breaches just to hit stuff like Vortex and whatnot. Go down to like 1 Jackal Pup. Or maybe I just want to cut all the pups. Something like this. If I had a second land for this Tempting Worm, I'd be really into this hand, but I do not. So I think I'm going to send it back. Paint land 2 is awkward. Could play the Quirion Dryad. I think I want more than just Lava Dart to respond with. So I'm going to play the Village here and just start playing Call of the Herds. Saw Earthquake come. Maybe I shouldn't fire off the second Call the Herd. I think I will. Then the Earthquake for 3. Then I go Quirion Dryad, Grim Lavamancer. Thought about also serving on the treetop here, because if they spend their turn bolting the treetop, that doesn't like slow me down that much. What'd they name the first time? They named Barbarian Ring? Okay. So we can't get out of range of Lightning Bolt, but we can like Curse Scroll, Barbarian Ring, that sort of thing. So that's something. This is another Earthquake. Shit. That is not what I wanted to see. Okay, they go down to 8. They do have Lightning Bolt for my Treetop Village. Probably correct for me to serve into it anyway and just force them to use it, right? At least they take a damage from their ring. Don't love my spot here. But if I draw another 3 damage burn spell, I'll have it. Uh-oh. Just very close to dead between the Cursed Scroll and these Barbarian Rings. Price of Progress. Okay. That's good news, at least. That's good news. Not sure if that one should be in. We've got like 8 non-basics in here. The Treetop Villages and the Carplusions. I don't think it's quite enough for price. Hey, there we go. Maybe I should have waited until end of turn. Like, respond to them activating Cursed Scroll. I think if they could have killed me, they would have just done it, though. Price of Progress resolves. Very fun. Kind of an exciting little game. We didn't get to see Tempting Worm do the thing, but I'm really glad I boarded out all my Jackal Pups. Jackal Pup versus Earthquake. Miserable. Is this a normal league? It's a pretty casual league. It's like a 60 play point entry. So if you go 4-1, you win 2 treasure chest boosters and get your play points back. 3-2, you don't get your full entry fee back, but you do get an extra $2. So play, and then 5-0ing doubles your play points, and you get 3 boosters. So very flat payout, designed to help people play a lot if they want. Reminds you of Extended. It's very old school Extended, yeah. It's very similar to the very first Extended format that I played when I first started getting into competitive Magic. So I have a pretty big nostalgia for this time period. Do you need old versions of the cards to play Premodern? Nope. Most stores that host Premodern events will actually let you use gold border cards as well. I wasn't going to bolt the Quarian Ranger, but I will Lava Dart it. I don't think I should have played this village, actually. I think I should have gone mountain, and then I could have played the Lava Mancer here, too. Oh, shit, what up? Hey, Charlie, just strike. Thanks to 88 months. So the opponent naturally drew their one mountain. And Elvis plays a single mountain so that Anger can give them all haste when they're playing Survival. So we know that our opponent's playing the Survival version of Elves by seeing that mountain. Not all Elves decks play Survival, but most do for sure. And then the Acolyte has Echo, so there's no reason for us to kill it, huh? Might as well make them pay some mana. Yeah, I think I'm really liking these Lava Darts. I got the idea when I was looking through red-green lists and I saw someone just playing Quarian Dryads as like a threat. It helps that we played against two of the best matchups for Lava Dart back-to-back, right? Like, which is Mono Red and Elves. Oh, yeah, there's the Survival. Sick. And I'm playing, of course, playing Hull Reach over Naturalize, because that'll trigger the Quarian Dryads. Usually it's normal in red-green to main deck a couple Naturalize. Alright, step 1, cast Tempting Worm. Then after they play all their elves, then we Pyroclasm. Gotta decide if I want Sylvan Libraries here or not. I'm not sure if I do. I might actually cut back on Jackal Pups. I'm on the draw, I'm boarding in Pyroclasms. It kind of makes sense. And then maybe I'll go to one Sylvan Library. Goblins should be doable in Premodern. Goblins is one of the most played decks in Premodern. Can play one more Disenchant over the last Jackal Pup. I think I'm just going to leave this as is. Yeah, if you're wondering like what the pre-modern meta looks like, just a quick brief rundown from this year. 8% burn, 7% stifle not, 7% goblins, 4% oath, 4% parallax replenish. That's a deck that's using replenish to bring a bunch of enchantments back and exile all of your lands and stuff. It's miserable. Used to be higher, but people have been adapting. Land stills here. Tide control is also exiling all your lands. It's not using replenish to do it. Enchantress, elves, devourer combo, using Phyrexian Devourer and Fling to kill your opponent. Old school survival, like the 4-color decks people might remember. Madness, Terrageddon, Stasis, Black-White Control. I've played a lot of Black-White Control, actually. I might play some today. Anyway, you get the idea. There's so many different decks here that are... There's a lot of room for brewing, is kind of what I'm getting at. But now you have a brief idea as to what the tier 1 looks like. So this hand really needs a second land. I'm still going to keep it, I think. I think this looks good against elves. Maybe I shouldn't have lava darted, huh? Maybe I should have just passed. Well, no, because then they might go like survival plus activate. I was just thinking about potentially like milking this Pyroclasm harder. There'll be stuff for the Pyroclasm later. I don't have to worry about it. Nice. And I'm gonna not play the Fanatic, I guess. How long has Premodern had leagues? Very recently. Oh, that's annoying, Yeah, now they're official though, Moss Winter. Yeah. Oh, maybe I was supposed to play the Fanatic last turn. Have one more thing to tap to the Tangle Wire here. Premodern and Cube are the only formats you play. Some good ass formats. I think I maybe don't play the Fanatic. Because, like, they want to gain life with their Well-Wisher. They want to play more elves, right? Let's play my Forest past turn. It'll be rough if they... Actually, what if I don't play a land? No, I should play it. I was thinking it's rough if they played another Tangle Wire, but it's not that rough. Please mean more content will get published. Yeah, you might be right about that. Oh, they had the anger naturally. Oh, no, they didn't have the anger. They tutored for the anger, and now they just binned it. That's pretty bad for me. Found a range tournament. The Mog Fanatic's just going to save me a boatload of life here, is why I'm running it out now. Because they're going to have a hasty deranged tournament, right? Which is repping 9 damage. I still don't want to sack my land to the Lava Dart. Basically, we're going to block a squirrel and then sack, kill the hermit, and then we'll only take 3 damage here instead of 9, right? Premodern and paper has normal, regular magic rules. They didn't want the format to be inaccessible to folks. Alright, now the Well-Wisher ended up gaining, like, what, 3 or 4 life? I think that's okay. And now we make elephants. Cold Hurt's so good. I actually think it's like one of the better cards in the format. It's one of the reasons I really like this deck. The white bordered Pyroclasm is Blasphemy. Why is that? We got this pleasant old border. Some cool art by Monty Michael Moore. I think this is the exact Pyroclasm that I have a sketched artist proof of, actually. I think that Tangle Wire actually just hurt them a lot here. I guess it prevented me from playing a 3-3, but now, like, if they rip a deranged tournament, they won't be able to play it. I think that was one of their... Well, yeah, I don't know if that would have mattered very much. Now we have found the time to Lava Dart. A little bit worried about the Flash Elf. It spits out a 2/2 for each creature that died, but I do have Incinerate and Lavamancer here and Color of the Claw. You don't want to kill this with the trigger on the stack because they get another one. You can let that resolve. See if they feel like double blocking. Ice Age Pyroclasm. Is that one even on Magic Online? I think the options are kind of sad. Cruising along. Yeah, we can have the full border, or the full art. We can have 8th. You can have black border if you're willing to play foil. I'm obviously not. And then a big wave of garbage. So yeah, I don't know what the blasphemy comment is about. I just showed you all of them, easy 6. Went through all of the pyroclasms. Call the Herd's kind of like Thragtusk if you don't think hard about it. It kind of is like that, yeah. The original. I have a couple of other Call the Herd decks that I kind of wanted to muck with later. Then some real brews. The interesting thing here being the quad lion's eye diamond, right? Probably dog shit. Well, then I was kind of thinking about a more black heavy version that plays Gush and Psychotong. Also LEDs still. You'd think Lion's Eye Diamond would be good, right? It's kind of an iffy one on the draw. Or I think I would mull this for sure on the play because we don't have the green, but on the draw, I'm gonna give it a shot. Ooh. Potential hull breach target spotted. Yeah, we have treetop villages in this deck, so I'm kind of fine just chilling, making land drops. Oh, there's Wasteland. Could have waited for them to get more cards in hand so they'd be discarding, but if we didn't hit a land drop ourselves, then we would be discarding, so. They want a mana leak by Incinerate because they'd have to discard a card anyway. I am okay with it. Another mana leak? Sure. Oh shit, what up? Hey, C-Naz. You love some Premodern? Big same. Cracking open a brewski. Got a blue moon here. I have the official leagues happened. It says Premodern League here. I'm just going to pass and get a little Lavamancer activation in. Hell yeah, Mr. Hyde. Feels like they've got a Wrath, but no second white source. That's how it's felt. Yeah, they just never hit. Lava Dart can be really good against the 2/1 flyer creature land that they might have, and it can be good versus Decree of Justice sometimes. So I'm going to shave down, but I'm going to leave some in. It's hard. I don't exactly know what they're doing. Like, I don't know if I should be cutting Hull Breach. I know it looked very good that game because they were short on white, and we got to point it at their Mox Diamond, and that looked strong for us. They might also have cards like Circle Protection Red or whatever that might come in. Warmth, you know, is pretty good against me. So I'm going to leave some Hull Breaches in. Cadaverous Bloom is absolutely not banned. You can, if you really want to put that card on the stack, you are welcome to do so. You will not win very many games, but you're welcome to try. Feels weird to cut burn spells. It's absolute garbage, Easy 6. Everybody's main decking a bunch of like disenchant effects. And you need to resolve a bunch of expensive enchantments. Again, good fucking luck. Premodern has way better combos. You ever watch the Pro Tour where people played Prosbloom? I think the best hand disruption was like Coercion or something. It's really bad. Extremely low-powered format. You could, again, play World Gorge or Dragon. It is, again, not recommended. Many tier 1 or tier 2 decks play Stifle, which makes Animate Dead kind of particularly bad. No turn 1 threat's a bit iffy. I think Shahrazad is one of the few cards on the banned list. How often are fetches stifled? Very rarely. Most of the decks that are playing Stifle are playing them for their own cards. Wow, that just fucking landed, huh? That rules for me. This is a spot where Hull Breach looks much worse than Naturalized, right? Outside chance I'd add my own sulfuric here. Briefly considered blowing it up with the Hull Breach there. Yeah, they felt like a gush deck, huh, with Mox Diamond. We discarding. Song is by Haltya. Haltya. So if I hit them for 1, they go down to 6. Sulfuric Vortex dings them to 4. They hit me with Factory down to 4. My Vortex hits me down to 2. Means they have to answer my Fanatic or possibly Fanatic and another spell off the top. We'll see. Oh, we're looting, huh? Interesting. It's an interesting version of Landstill for sure. Wow, no serve. No serve. Oh, I guess I was supposed to attack, because they can't, like, block the Mog Fanatic and disenchant the Sulfuric Vortex if they had disenchant in hand. Zooming through this league. GG. Swords to player shares on their creature. Well, that doesn't work very well with the Vortex in play. It's got this line where you can't gain life. Yeah, COP red and warmth. Most burn players I know are more worried about warmth than COP red. You can like overwhelm COP, and that's hard to do with warmth. COP red still sees a lot of play because it's better versus goblins, of course. Do people still play chill? Kind of rarely. When I play chill, it's because I want my soft counters to be live later in the game. Just buying me time until I get to my second chill. But it depends on the deck. Stasis likes chill a lot, for obvious reasons. Playing for the trophy here. Tide control, yeah. The similarity between tide control and stasis is that they're removing all your lands, so and chill's pretty strong. Yeah, I need Mox Diamonds to like really play the format. Well, to have access to the whole format. Currently, I'm diamondless. You wouldn't mind seeing me play more in future streams? This is not my first Premodern stream. I've done a few. Kind of spread out. But yeah, I wouldn't mind making it more semi-regular. I feel the same way about Pauper. I would really like to be playing both of them like once every other week or something like that. A semi-regular thing. Maybe it should just get scheduled, huh? Maybe I just need like a hard schedule for my content. People can plan around. Sure. For there only being 77 players in the league, I have not had to wait too long to get opponents. I wonder how many of those are folks stepping in, stepping up. Regardless, it's nice to have opponents. Are Contraption, Premodern different? Contraption is just the name for this league area because they didn't want to commit to making it Premodern full-time, I guess. Is their reasoning. Oh, man. Enchantress, huh? Very skeptical of my Enchantress matchup. There's a local who always plays Enchantress and always cleans my clock. Actually, there's several locals that play it. I tend to beat it when I'm playing like a combo deck, like a Lurin or something. And I tend to lose it to it when I'm trying to play like control or mid-range or something. I got dusted when I was trying to play Elves. Last local event that I went to. Okay. They're going to add challenges in February for Premodern? That's actually very cool. So there's been a Discord where they've been doing like community tournaments and stuff for a while. And I'm just like not that interested in like joining the Discord, figuring out who my opponent is, doing the work to track that down. But if there were events that I could just join, even if they're just challenges, that's kind of exciting to me. Opponent's got 2 cards in hand. They have not played an Enchantress effect yet. Hopefully it's one that I can Hull Breach, huh? There we go. There we go. Really enjoying these Quarian Dryads, by the way. I think they've been a lot better than... Usually people play Wild Mongrel in that slot. These have been much better. I'm so happy with this. And I've been really enjoying the Lava Dart tech. Is there a decklist command? Yeah, it just brings you to my Mox field where you can see my most recently played decks. Very slow Enchantress start. I wonder if I'm supposed to play Tormod's Crypt against them. They have like a single replenish in there somewhere. I'm also not sure about Sulfuric Vortex. You like Pyroclasm just to pop their druids. The issue is it hits my Jackal Pups and Lavamancers. There are Argothian Enchantresses. And I think this is a matchup where I want my Jackal Pups to be beaten down. Have I dropped a single game this league? I certainly have. I think. Gonna once again be cutting Lava Darts, but leaving a couple in just to boost up my Dryads, of course. You like Vortex? I like Vortex too. It's probably better than Call of the Herd. Gonna swap those straight up 1 for 1. I want to keep a high amount of burn in here so I can just try and win super early. What matchups are the Tempting Worms for? I brought in Tempting Worms this league when I played against Sly. Very hard for them to answer a 2-mana 5/5, and they're just putting like a 1-mana Jackal Pup into play or something. Who cares? I also do like them against Madness, because Madness's largest creature is a 4/4 that they're again like cheating into play pretty cheaply. And so Tempting Worm has a way of just bricking up their whole board and buying you a lot of time to draw burn and kill them. I think I'm gonna submit this. I could maybe see having 1 Pyroclasm. I don't know. Format seems sweet. Format is sweet. The The Bloodstained Mires only get mountains. The reason that we're playing them, of course, is that we have Grim Lavamancers in here, so just having fetches, put cards in the graveyard is pretty nice. Fourth to Scourge, is this the best format? It's one of my favorites. Yeah, my favorite formats are Cube, Pauper, Premodern, and then I think after those three, it goes down to regular, limited, and then Legacy. I mean, probably Standard's close to Legacy these days. I've been enjoying Standard a lot. $30 Vintage is awesome. I've heard really good things about $30 Vintage. How bad is just popping a Wild Growth with Hull Breach? Just fucking praying. Probably really rancid. Sinkhole, sometimes better. Sometimes it's a double sinkhole. If they have the land that gives them a white for each enchantment. Is this format weaker than Pauper? No. It is not. Fair enough. Oh, but they got Sanctum, so I guess I'm going to play this to make them use it. What's up, Dogzillo? No, Raylan. Modern rules. I guess I could put that in the stream title. It's the most commonly asked question. I think I'm very unlikely to win this game. Maybe if my hand was like 4 burn spells, I'd be in a reasonable spot, but it's just not, right? I'll put current rules instead of normal rules. People might wonder what normal rules means. Yep, Mod Fnatic is a lot worse with old school, with new modern rules, of course. Interesting that they tapped the Sanctum there. I guess they wanted green mana up. Double Rushland might be rough. Just paying the life. Sure, sure. Astral Slide is not really a deck. People try. It puts up the occasional placing. Slide and Fires are both kind of in that same range. The name of the artist is Salakavala. All A's there. So the Sterling Grove is going to crack and go get solitary confinement, I imagine. And then they're going to play another enchantment. And then the rest of this game, oh, they just have it. They just have the confinement. Okay. So right now, I basically need to rip my my one of that destroys all enchantments. And I think that's the only way I can win here. Not a pleasant spot. Because we can't deal them damage. They have Shroud. I remember people playing this against me. They would, like, tutor up Squee and run out Solitary Confinement, and that would just be the lock. The Scepter Chance decks back then were fond of it. What's their kill? Opalescence. The awkward spot that we're in is that we're drawing live, so we don't want to concede, but we are going to have to watch them dirtle a bit. Hey, there's Opalescence of the men. We're drawing live to Tranquil Domain, which destroys all non-aura enchantments. So Tranquil Domain gets around the Sterling Grove protection for Solitary Confinement. It is a one of, but I mean, I'm going to take my 1 in 44 or whatever. Best format, you don't have a deck rented? Oh no! Is this time for me to plug Mana Traders? There's a link to them in the stream description, of course. Okay. I don't think I can win now, so I'll concede. Yeah, our curve was kind of awkward that game. Just slow. Super extended, yeah. Oh my god. If this hand had, like, real pressure, I'd be, like, stoked to have the Tranquil Domain in the opener. But I think that's what's more important than us being able to interact with them is us applying pressure. And it's like step one, get them into the spot where a Tranquil Domain will win the game. Right, not step one, have a Tranquil Domain. The confinement had Shroud. They had it like several steps protected to that point, Jobly. You weren't the Opalescence that was coming down. Opalescence plus Parallax Wave was going to exile all my shit, too. I thought it was a good enough. At least we have a turn 1 threat here. So I Lavamancer the Grove, which they can sack in response if they want to just go find another solitary confinement. I kill their protection card using my 1 burn spell. I now have no burn spells in hand. They're still at 7. They do indeed get to exile all my shit, because that's how the Opalescence Parallax Wave combo works. They get to just permanently exile my things. It's kind of tricky whether to Dryad or Library. I'm gonna slam Library here, I think. You're right that, like, pre-Parallax Wave actually resolving, I could have gotten the thing off the board, but I think it would have put me in a spot where I could not have won the game anyway. Seems like a pressuring start. Yeah, seems excellent. It's a lot worse if they have swords for the Dryad, of course. The second Argothian does make me wish I had Pyroclasm in. We'll see what this library finds me. Ooh. Yeah, I've been really enjoying the Lava Dart plus Quirion Dryad combo. Well, not combo, but synergy throughout this league. It helped that we faced Sly once, which is one of the best Lava Dart matchups, and Elves, so the 2 best Lava Dart matchups. Made it look really good. But even in the matchups where Lava Dart's like actually bad, just pairing it with Dryad was pretty nice. Almost makes you feel like I'm playing Modern. Been really enjoying that much, much more than the Wild Mongrels or they play the... Sometimes you see people playing the 2-1 with Regenerate for 2 mana, and that's just, like, not very much damage. It's just really not. Yeah, Riverboa. Hard to put into words how unimpressive that card is. Can we pay all the life we don't need for lands to our library in this format? Depends on the matchup I'm rando. Here I didn't go down to 2 because I do have that Carplusian Forest. I think you noticed. Parallax Wave, sure. Might be just hoping that this Sylvan Library finds me a Bolt here, huh? God, that's so close. Yeah, every once in a while you see people try and Skizzik. I don't think this is a great spot for Tranquil Domain, so I'm not going to play it. Could be super wrong. Hey, Captain Red. Thanks for the sub, the 111 months. Cheers. Oh yeah, Flaxabitten. I think I was supposed to Mog Fnatic their face there. Well, yeah, I don't know. Am I supposed to Tranquil Domain here is a real question. So the thing is, they haven't played a land yet for turn. They could have another Sarah's Sanctum, but I guess if you Tranquil Domain in response, they don't get like a ton out of that. They'll just have a Opalescence in play. I guess the concern is them just like having another land and another solitary confinement. I think I'm gonna play it. With Parallax Wave and Opalescence in play, they can blink out my things permanently. They'll save their permanents. I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Because they can leave the solitary confinement underneath the Parallax Wave. Enchantress always makes my head hurt. They can only play one land, but they only need one land to play another solitary confinement. That's kind of what I'm worried about. They do not need more than one time counter. They just need one. The Parallax Wave can exile itself. Yeah, I think they get to win here. We can Mock Fanatic them down to 1, but then they just like have the protection. Well, foot hum. We know the top card of our library is Sylvan Library. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. That's why I like tanked so long. That was a seemingly obvious line with the Tranquil Domain. God, they can put him to 1. I thought I had 2 Mog Fanatics underneath the Parallax too. I was just wrong. It would not have really Chukasaka, no. I do wonder if there's a spot where, like, the Tranquil Domain can let me time a bolt at their face, though, because they're only at 3. But it depends on if the Sylvan Library even, like, sees it. I think they got this one pretty locked up. You wouldn't think that I just Tranquil Domain, right? The Sarah Sanctum land drop. Yeah, we knew that there was a Sylvan Library on top of our deck. So we were pretty sure that wasn't happening. Confinement, I don't think does stop Vortex. Oh, yeah, no, it does. Prevent all damage that we dealt to you. Oh, but it says can't be prevented, yeah. Vortex gets through Solitary. It would not have stopped them still having Solitary in play on Twitch chat, because they could have protected it with the Parallax Wave. But if the Sylvan Library had found me, like, Lightning Bolt or Incinerate, I could have played the Tranquil Domain, waited for them to get cutesy, and then in response to them getting cutesy, I could have bolted their face. Like, in response to the Parallax Wave trigger exiling to bring the Solitary Confinement back, I could have bolted them. But it would have needed to be in the bottom too, and we didn't know that they had the mana to play another Solitary Confinement, or that they had the Solitary Confinement, so I thought it was the best play with the info that I had. Okay, so they just tutored for the combo. They're gonna exile all my things and attack me for 3 for the win here. GG. What a close match, huh? What a close match. Got them down to 1 life in that game 3. Yeah, I fucking hate that deck. Opponent played well, of course. Obviously. I feel like I always lose to Enchantress, though. Unless I'm playing a combo deck. Absolutely, Chukasaka. Vortex has no life gain. I guess you're right. The anti-damage prevention thing is the flashback card, I guess. Alright, I threw a couple of other decks together. This one's a bit more of a brew. Just kind of felt like going all in on Lion's Eye Diamond, Roar the Worm stuff. I've done LED Madness with Survival and haven't quite gotten that to line up. You know, like playing like Quad Anger, that sort of deal. Kind of interested in what happens if you just focus on the deep analysis and Roar the Worm. I played some balancing things. That deck felt way better when you're just like making a couple worms or something in the right matchup. I have a version with Zombie Infestation too. And then that gets to play Gush. But I'll try this green build out first. Where's the Root Wallace? Well, I just thought that a 6/6 was better than a 1/1, so that's the main reason I'm doing that. If I'm playing Survival, I like Root Walla. My worms don't want to fly. Oh, you want to put the flying 4-drop in? We probably have enough islands for that, huh? Six islands. This is not a survivalist, Jake. I've played a lot of survival, but that's not what this is. Just trying something else out. That is a bummer. They got a Cabal Therapy follow-up. That would be insane. Therapy for Mongrel Aim. Now maybe you can see the rhyme, the reason to the Ancient Tomb, huh? We're just like set up to make a 6/6 on 3. Well, Fuddruckers. Oh, I should run this out, huh? Actually, could just make a worm token. I think I'll wait a turn. I kind of like the idea of discarding to my Wild Mongrel first. Crack LED for blue. Sure. And I could flashback Double Roar the Worm. I'm not going to do that. Because they're like one land away from a Wrath of God. Opponent's stoked to get to 4 mana there, yeah. Opponent's got 2 cards left. I guess I'll make another 6/6, huh? No second Wrath. Love that for me. Okay. They might have Wrath, but they're just fogging with Decree for a turn. Nope. Because then they would have blocked with the Elephant token there, too. A little bit worried about Hardcast Exalted Angel. You better believe we're returning Squeeze. Hell yeah. Less excited. I wonder if there's a way to get mountains in here for anger, too. I mean, we could play Wooden Foothills, huh? There's 4 Squeeze in here. Do I hate Stasis? Oh, I don't hate much of anything. I dislike Enchantress way more than Stasis. Rain of Tears? Sure. Isn't there one of those that, like, shocks them if it's a non-basic? Or it might be it has to hit a non-swamp, but I think that's way better. Getting the drain going. You know what'd be kind of cool here? Compost. I wonder if I should make room for compost in this sideboard. It's so hard. I think City of Solitude might suck. Molten Rain? No, there's one in Premodern. There's a black one. It's like 1 black. Destroy non-basic, and they take 2. Yeah, I think Choking Sands is what I'm thinking of. Rancid Earth, maybe it's that. Yeah, I think Choking Sands is way better than the one that they were playing. Even if your opponent's mono black, like you still want to hit their non-basics. You want to hit their factories or whatever. Yeah, I was terrified of Exalted Angel. I could play Bouncer for that. I think I will not. We're just gonna run this back. Hey, I hope you're having a good night too, Chaos. Mine's going excellent. I almost want to bin the Forest to my Mox Diamond so that I can still have my mana through Wastelands. They Vindicate? Yeah, they're not Vindicating on turn 2, though. No white source yet. These double Ancient Tomb draws. Dealing myself so much damage. The Wild Model's only like sort of overextending because if they did play a weird sweeper here, we could then bin the Roar of the Worm. Yeah, I assume this is what their hand looked like. I thought they might even have like Swords and Wraths and stuff. Yeah, very all-in version of Madness. It's not even Madness. I don't have a Madness card. Force Squeeze seems like a lot to you. I kind of like Squeak because it does something with your LEDs too. Like now your top decked Careful Lootings still have stuff to do. Very slow hand for this deck. I think I want to send this back. Much better. I think I should have been the treetop, actually, so I could flashback the call next turn. I guess playing a treetop's kind of similar to playing a call. Chain of Vapor. You may sack a land. I think I will not. You need one more than one of the 8? You don't, though, because Wild Margle gets to use it every single turn. Ugly. One thing I dislike about this, like, mishmash of blue card deck, opponent could be on Stasis, they could be on Stifle Knot. I think the most likely is they're just the mono blue exile your lands deck. Oh yeah, if that with that in mind, probably should have put another Mox Diamond out. Will Premodern cards go up because of Moto? I doubt it. Premodern's already been doing really well. Oh, they clicked through too fast. No, they can't combo. Because they let the trigger resolve, so it exiled the land. That's a bummer. Yeah, it's something that would only happen online. We're playing pretty friendly here. Like, it's a pretty friendly format. One way I could just, like, not use the land. How do we all feel about that? If I was in, like, a super cutthroat tournament type thing, then I'd be flashing back the Call of the Herd, like, they misclicked. Like, you can't misclick. But we're playing, like, $6 entry fee, and I'm playing on a God account. Like, it just seems correct, right? And it's easy. I can just, like, easily not use that island. You don't think there's anything wrong either way? Sure. sometimes there's spots where it's just like almost impossible to like act like you don't have the thing that should have gotten destroyed or whatever. Here it seemed. Oh, they did it again. Oh, maybe they did it intentionally this time. These 4 spikes are fucking getting me. That LED was kind of sick, though, right? Mono blue. So the thing that I'm like most concerned about is them playing. There's a 2-mana artifact that you can like put counters on to level it up. And mono blue control plays like a copy main, copying the sideboard sometimes. There's a version in like modern too. Yeah, powder keg. An attack here would be kind of bad. They can block with the factory, make it a 3/3, and sack their quicksand. Foffin, huh? Just foffin off. I guess you just do this. And they happily take the tide in the AK. Oh, I was super wrong. They're stoked about the double mana leak. I didn't want to want the mongrel here, because when you're playing into the leak, right? Oh, shit, what up? Hey, Master Mike. Thanks for the sub. The 24-month streak. The 57 months total. Master Mike says, hey, Caleb, thanks for putting what sets are in Premodern to answer what is legal. Good idea. What sets are legal in Premodern? Huh? I don't get it. Am I fine trading elephant token for factory here? I think I am. Yep, all according to plan here. But now they only have 3 mana up, which means they can't double mana leak my wild mongrel. They don't even burn a mana leak there because it's just trading with the LED. Pretty proud of that split. Glad to flashback the draw two before serving. What's at 5? Can't let this worm token through. Yeah, the AK draws 2 cards. A very conclave's fucking terrifying, huh? I'm prepared to go to damage. That one I think I'm going to copy. I'm just scooping up my Mox Diamonds. So I'll have discard fodder to win this battle with the factory here. Then I have to decide if I want to do one more, but that doesn't play around 4 spike. Really proud of myself for seeing that Chain of Vapor line. There's an argument to rebind the squee there too, but I like getting into the point of damage because that means that the factory is lethal next turn. Real interesting game, I think. All right, we'll try out City of Solitude. I kind of want to try Tempting Worm. What are they gonna do, right? Fucking 2-mana 5/5. I think Naturalize is where it's at. We'll just play one Naturalize. No, I'll play a couple Tempting Worms. 2-mana 5/5 with 0 drawback. Well, there's some drawback. But it's like, okay, like gush a couple times for free. The main matchup that Tempting Worm is for is mono red. They play Jackal Pups, they play Ball Lightnings. They have a rough time with the 5/5. But I also like it against Madness decks. They play Roar of the Worm, but they can't cheat a Roar of the Worm into play. The largest thing that they can cheat into play is a 4/4. Yeah, just a big idiot there. Let's try this. Hell yeah, Cosmic Coil. We had a nice 4-1 with red-green aggro earlier. Now we're jamming this LED brew. Yeah, Powder Keg is so good against me. Not surprised to see that one. I've decided to attack. All right. Time to see if I'm dumber than paint. Let's go. They might literally just put Parallax Wave into play and exile all my lands here. Yeah. There it is. They got the Chain of Vapors. That'll let them bounce the Tempting Worm. Nice. We have a 5/5. We do not. The risk was calculated. It was, yeah. I think we're going to see this Tempting Worm get mana leaked now. All right, I'm doing this again. They're just going to get to play Parallax Wave for free over and over. Okay. Actual factual counterspell. Oh shit, I was gonna say we didn't hit lands. I'm fucked now, but then that one resolved. The third counterspell. Well, there's all four. So they just get one-sided getting me here, which is why their deck is popular. I think it reuse the Parallax Tide over and over. Typically, the way that you interact with it is like a cheap counterspell, like a Pyroblast, which I'm obviously not playing. Usually, Blue-Green Madness does play counters, but they're also usually not playing quad LED. I'm doing something a little different here. One's got a pretty fast clock. Like, they get in with Factory and Fairy here, and then I play Wild Mongrel, and then the Factory doesn't get in, but the Fairy just kills me in 2 hits. I think we can scoop. And game 3 on the play. Hopefully we got a nice aggressive one. All right, the Tempting Worms, I'm off. That was pretty much exactly how I expected those to go. I'm gonna make it 6/6. Hope that's cool to y'all. And we're beating a deep analysis here. Kind of wondering if I should grab Triple Worm, right? If I grab a second deep analysis, there's less chance that I brick up my extra mana source to flashback the other Roar. I think I'm just going to count on getting there and get Triple Worm here, because we're exiling one this turn anyway. Hey, we got a land. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Crazy Gnome, thanks for the sub, thanks 86 months. I wonder if Factory's supposed to serve there, actually. Probably not. Can we fade a bounce spell for one more turn? Can this turn 1 worm token just get there? No, they got there. Fuck. And now they got my 4th mana, so I can't cast. Well, there we go. I think we're just supposed to try casting threats here instead of playing deep analysis. Oh, wow, that just resolved, huh? Didn't see that coming. Exciting. You better believe I'm paying the 1. You better fucking believe we're paying the 1 here. We charmpin'. Hell yeah. Oh, I just noticed that hibernation's not that good against wild mongrel, huh? Because you can change its color kind of at will. Do you put yourself to 2 to flashback the call to herd? I think I'm just going to pass here. Happy Monday to you too, Darksomeness. There's the keg, nice. That was a sick match. That was a lot of fun. I have to go to the bathroom. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom and maybe go grab myself a nice scotch. I don't know. I need some water at least. I need something here. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. We're like 2-0, right? That's fucking hot. Get this tea off the board. I grabbed some chips and salsas, a little snack roll. This is about as expensive as a Premodern deck can possibly get. The only real expensive cards in Premodern are Mox Diamond and Lion's Eye Diamond, and they're both in here. There's some artifact decks that play Quad Ancient Tomb, which we also have here, and City of Traders. If they also played Mox Diamond, they'd be more expensive. Yeah, Gaia's Cradle's up there. At least there's gold border Gaia's Cradles, which you can use in... Most shops let you use gold border cards in Premodern. That's why I've got gold border Cradles. I still paid like $1.70 for them, though, or something. Sylvan Library would be dog shit in this deck. We just played a match against Mono Blue Control, where every game we ended at like 4 life. What are you doing with Sylvan Library? Miri's Guile is better than the Sylvan Library in this deck. Yeah, I explained why Sylvan Library is bad. It has nothing to do with Wild Mongrel. I'm open to the squeeze being bad, too. All right, what do you got? I don't get it. Sure. The Goblin Patrol, nice. For reference, my opponent just had a rough time with my 3-3. Yeah, you're fine, Click. Chrome Mox, you can pitch a non-land. Mox Diamond forces you to pitch a land. They're kind of foils of one another. And these chips are hitting the fucking spot. Oh my, Adman Beam. Oh my. Six is enough that I kind of wondered if they were gonna do the block sack. Oh yeah, old foils were around. I think some test foils worked their way into Urza's Saga. So it looks like we're facing a slide deck. So these tempting worms are going to come in, and this Zergan Orb is going to come in. I think I'm going to trim back on Deep Analysis. Maybe I'll even go down to like 1 hum and cut like Ace Queen. Test foils were Exodus cards. I could have swore there were one in Saga. Wasn't there like a textless duress foil that was a test one? Oh, Premodern is Liddy for sure. The league is indeed new. Almost wanted to see if they could just like beat a turn 1/6/6 with nothing else. Not a bad turn 2. Yeah, I don't know. I did shock myself. Come on, deck. I'm gonna make another 6/6. I might just fucking die here, is the concern. Tapping this Ancient Tomb over and over. Like, on board, the Lavamancer's worth 4 damage. Yeah, I'm just dead. To anything at all. So I don't think a turn 1 6/6 would have done much better. I think turn 1 6/6, they just Fire Blast the 6/6, and then I have nothing. I'm gonna leave Deep Analysis out entirely. Did they play Fire Blast? Yeah. There's a reason that deck's good. Hello. So we could we could make a turn 1 6/6 here on the play. I think I'm gonna try and set up not shocking myself every turn. Hell yeah. Opponent still hasn't played their second land over there. And now we have 2 less painful Roar of the Worms lined up. Hell yeah. Never saw my Tempting Worm. Might have been actually bad that game where they were stuck on 1. Nice deck, I guess. We're doing one thing. We're doing it over and over. Best format stream? Hell yeah, man. Is that deck a brewer or meta deck? My previous opponent, they were playing Sly. That's a meta deck. A couple slightly off meta choices, but totally justifiable, totally reasonable. Premodern uses current rules. Raise up Grant Flame. Yeah, we had a nice little 4-1 league with I guess I'm just turn 1 mongraling. Yeah, but a nice little 4-1 league with red-green aggro. Lost to Enchantress in the finals. I saw someone playing Quirion Dryad. Usually you play like Wild Mongrel or something in this slot, just as like a 2-drop beater thing, which I never really liked very much. And I saw someone playing Quirion Dryad, and I was like, I wonder if you could just fucking play Lava Darts in this deck and do like the modern prowess thing with Lava Dart and Quirion Dryad. And it felt really good to me. So that was kind of exciting. I might jam this in some event at some point. And now we're playing a very all-in version of blue-green with LEDs and such. Squee would be really nice here. Almost just want to cast Deep Analysis. Oh, that was a fantastic match, freaks. Really enjoyable stuff. If I do this, and then they just have Powder Keg and Chain of Vapor. It's kind of miserable, huh? This Powder Keg's kind of miserable for me. Pops my Mox Diamond, too. Let's do this, I guess. Yeah, they typically play like 1 Powder Keg main. I like it. I mean, I would if I was playing Mono Blue, right? Just unfortunate that it's lining up so well. I guess next turn we can bin Deep Analysis and flashback this one. Bye, Mox. Hello. One's at 9. Squee would have been so good this game, huh? Once at 3. 3 seems beatable. They need Chain of Vapor here so the Conclave can trade with Factory and they bounce Worm token. Oh, they just fired it off. Okay. I will not sack a land, thank you. We had a sick game earlier against Chain of Vapor where we used their Chain of Vapor to bounce a bunch of Mox Diamonds to hand to discard a Wild Mongrel. It was sick. Do we force the trade? I think we do. Discarding the Forest of the Wild Mongrel earlier. Awkward, Hey, there we are. Yeah, very... And now we're in the spot where we have to chew through every single counterspell in the known universe. Oh, they do this when they have Stifle, right? They're gonna stifle the trigger, and I won't get my shit back. I think we know that they have Stifle. I think we gave it to them earlier. Maybe I should have put Parallax Tide with the lands there. Don't lose. I think I am gonna lose here. I don't really have reach in this deck. Could play a Curse Scroll. Curse Scroll's kind of cute with LED. Am I on an 8-match win streak? I am not. Because we lost the finals of the previous league. So I'm on a 3-match win streak. Yeah, the issue here is even if I, like, get Roar the Worm down or whatever, I'm still just, like, dying to the Powder Keg. Fine scoop in there. Last time I brought in City of Solitudes. I guess I'll try that again. I kind of feel like they might be bad. They do play a shitload of counters, though. Squee would have been really good that last game. If I just, like, had it, it would have been worth more than that extra damage, I think if you deep analysis opponent, they should lose 3 life. It's a way better defense grid, Rando. Why do you think it's a worse one? Worse in terms of color requirement? Oh, sure, and then costing 3 mana. Really not what we wanted our draws to look like there. Oh, hell yeah. I don't know if I jam it, though. I might just... destroy target non-black creature is very rare in this format. The card where the color changing could matter in this matchup is actually Hibernation. What kind of madness is this deck? It's not really a madness deck. It's a flashback deck with that quiet speculation. Kind of wish I'd saved the LED to make a Roar of the Worm token here. Kind of hate attacking. They put Factory and Conclave in front. They're blocking for 5. And if I discard my whole hand, they can just Chain of Vapor. Thawing Glaciers, love it. Worm token resolves. Hell yeah. Thinning their deck of a land before impulsing. It's cute. Now they don't have mana leak up. Oh, they've got Force Spike, though. They've got fucking Force Spike. God damn it. Are they going to exile all my lands again? Not that turn. Hell yeah. We got a 3/3, folks. We're back in it. Cunning Wish. Oh no. Oh no. What do they give with Cunning Wish? Dominate. Gonna steal my fucking elephant? What the fuck? That's mine! You can't take it, it's mine! And now they play a powder keg, so I have to like overextend with another Call of the Herd. Gross. Yeah, so we trade elephant tokens, and then I have to flash back another Call of the Herd, and then they crack powder keg. It's pretty bad. Yeah, the Cunning Wish for Dominate tech was pretty backbreaking. What if we took this and then attacked them, huh? A lot of really close games, huh? Yeah, that's when I would do it too. Make sure I can't use the Mox Diamond mana here. If only we had a lot more life to work with. I could start hard casting Roar the Worm. Well, let's see if there's anything left in this deck of mine, this so-called deck. Cool, Amaget. I'm not super into misprints now. Sounds neat, though. That's right. We got more. We got more where that came from. We're holding on to this Ancient Tomb in case we draw. I guess all my Mox Diamonds are in the graveyard. Well, still pins to Wild Mongrel, I guess. I don't actually think that I can flashback a Call of the Herd. You know what I mean? Like I think I pay too much life and then I'm off of green. It's a bummer. Maybe I'll go to 1 anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna pass. Go, Wild Mongrel, go! That upkeep activation for the thinning. Haste up, AJ. Forcing me to do something before they start sacking. Makes sense. Oh, I over discarded by 1. We're stifling. Yeah, 2 more stifles. Hell yeah. This format's so sick. This format's so cool. Oh my god. I thought I was so dead when they like thinned all their lands out of their deck and domineered my fucking token and oh fuck. To game 3 we go, I guess. A lot of really close ones. A lot of really close ones in this particular matchup. To game 3 we go. Yeah, I like almost like naturalize. I almost want to get my extra squeeze back in. I'm just going to submit. You remember Mongrel being a bomb in draft? Yeah, I mean, it was a much lower power limited format, but it was quite good for sure. I really enjoy the turn 1 call to herd opener. Just turn 2 fucking keg me. Just keg it up. That'd be so brutal. There's something to careful studying here, but I think I'm just going to slam Mongrel. And they can counter. Well, that's fine. You just watched me play a turn 1 elephant, Marquez. Can't do that if I'm playing City of Traders, right? Well, it's not as cleanly. I wonder if I should be trying to double spell here. Like play the Mongrel in the careful study. I think I like this. Hibernation. Damn. Wild Mongrel would have been a lot better there, Alright, time to pay a bunch of life here. It's not a crazy mana leak because the Wild Mongrel is not vulnerable to Hibernation. Because I can always change its color, right? Is there relevant life gain I can play in this deck? So when I played against Mono Red earlier, I brought in Azurin Orb. Azorb. And the triple Tempting Worms, of course. But we did win that match. We boarded out our deep analysis. I'm gonna play a Mox Diamond here, in case they feel like mana leaking me. They felt like Chain of Vaporing me. Brutal. I feel like the treetop should be serving. Conclave getting in. Well, shit. That was a good stifle. They win the race now. I can Treetop Village, smack them, but then they go to 5. Yeah, the turn that I played the deep analysis and I said it feels like I should be attacking with Treetop Village here, I was correct. I should have been. I get to lose because I didn't. Amazing. I don't really have a way of getting in front of a Conclave either. No Wastelands or anything in here. I think I'm just dead, which is unfortunate. It's a bummer with all these extra treetops, right? And like treetops should win the combat versus the conclave. But I just dealt myself a little bit too much damage, and they saw the line with the stifle there. Well, the last cards had to be counterspell and stifle. Like they needed to answer the wild mongrel too. Damn. Zerun Orb would be insane here. Well played. Both of those matches, both times we faced the mono blue deck, it was a lot of fun. Close one? Really close, yeah. Kableed says they're really interested in watching this format because they have no experience with a ton of cards. Nice. I love that energy. There's that whole like section of Magic history. All of these cards that like don't really have. They were like iconic staples for their period, and they don't really have a place to get played anymore. And Premodern's kind of like the perfect home for them. Old School has a bit of that going on too, of course. Different eras, different vibes. GG's Joyful Waffle. Match was indeed sweet, yeah. The glaciers thinned every land but 2 out of your deck and you drew the other 2. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, there's a turn in that game 3 where I like played another deep analysis and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I should just be serving with Treetop and playing another one this turn. And then I super died because I did. Well played. You saw the stifle line. If you don't stifle there, then I've got the mana to just like play the other Treetop Village from my hand. I had 2 more. That was my hand. Was 2 Treetop Village, 2 more lands. Game 1, you should have animated Conclave and used it for chain. Oh yeah, trade and chain. That's what I thought you were gonna do. Yeah. Ooh. So we can make a 3/3 turn 1. That's pretty good, right? I don't think this hand's good, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Fuck. All right, I'm not going to play out the LED because I might want to careful study this one away. Yeah, we're really hoping for the tutor for 3 flashback cards there, or maybe well, any kind of threat, right? Like a 6/6, a 3/3, a wild mongrel even would have been good. The card rules. Quiet Speculation. It does, yeah. It is a Caleb mirror. Are there any other decks that caught my eye? We started with this deck, which is just, red-green aggro, which I've played leagues with before. Well, leagues. I've jammed on stream before, but I wasn't playing Quirion Dryades. I saw someone jamming it, and that made me think, I want to play that with Quad Lava Dart, so I, retooled the mana base a bit to support it. We had a really fun league with this one. Went 4-1. This is our second deck of the day, and it's a brew. I have a black version of it, too, using Zombie Infestation. And then that gets to play Gush, which interests me. And then, the squeeze make a little bit more sense there with the Zombie Infestation. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this deck's any good, but it is another LED build. And then I also put together Tinker Fling, just stock Tinker Fling. Haven't mucked with it at all. Machine Head I was mucking with. I didn't really get down to a build that I liked. And then Greater Good, I've played a bit. I've mucked around with a bit. I wouldn't mind playing some Greater Good. I do like that deck. Alright, what are we doing here? I was hemming and hawing between Triple Roar of the Worm or 2 Roar and a Deep Analysis. I think I like 2 Roar and a Deep Analysis. I think there's a good chance they Mana Leak. Well, in that case, I just shouldn't crack the other LED, right? Just get Triple Roar and make 1/6/6. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, I was thinking Roar and then Flashback Deep Analysis and get in with Factory this turn. Instead, I'm just going to make a 6/6 and pass. You can play 4 Tinkers in this format? You can, but the things you have to tinker for are... Yeah, I kind of regret not getting some draw spells here. This is kind of just playing into Wrath now. Yeah, maybe I should have just gotten 1 Worm and 2 draw spells, even. Yeah, they're just Wrathing. They did have to pay a couple life, I guess. Sure, it'd be nice to smack him with Factory. It'd also be nice to have Anger, huh? Hasty Worms. Cycling here, get a chump in. Block the worm, go to 8. Sure. Hell yeah. I guess I just keep on bringing in City of Solitude. I don't think it's great. I almost want... You know what I want more than City of Solitude is Winter Orb. That's another one that I can just like fire off super fast, super early. I guess it's awkward with my creature lands. But it would kind of like punish somebody for playing a Wrath. Make counter spells a lot worse against me. Plays well with like the Mox Diamonds and Ancient Tombs. Zainted Swarm kind of plays into Wrath, right? I like the city a lot better than that. Almost a good hand. I don't love this one, but I'm going to keep it anyway. A null. Interesting. I guess they were on the play and they thought that countering an LED was really good based on the previous game. Fucking powder keg. Hell yeah, Crazy Carl. Well done. An anonymous gifter. Thanks for gifting a sub to Neon Mushroom. Congrats, Neon. Carpet of Flowers. Yeah, I saw someone using Carpet of Flowers in a deck that just, like, didn't really need the mana. Obviously, this is a deck that can actually use the mana. Opponent hoping they left me with a forest there, hoping I would play another land, actually. Listed non-stifle. What even is Premodern? Premodern is the sets between 4th and Scourge. It's a community-made format. Regular Magic rules. Nothing weird, nothing screwy. I believe they already have Stifle Neon Mushroom. That's why they ran out the tide and did that already. Wow, I just got my lands back? That I was not expecting at all. Maybe they just had another Parallax Tide and they're just trying to slow me down? Interesting. And they're locked out of counters? Huh. Yeah, I guess I just make a 3/3, huh? Or maybe I'm supposed to play Wild Mongrel. Wild Mongrel attacks pretty well here. Hot diggity. Yeah, there was like 3 tied decks that league. That was wild. Whew. This deck's a lot of fun. Yeah, not gonna be a real meta player anytime soon. Maybe online, where playing quad Mox Time and quad LED isn't absurd or anything. I almost want to main deck Zeranorb. Even though I'm only playing 3 Ancient Tombs. When you flashback, like, several deep analysis. Also protection against Price of Progress. Alright, friends. I don't know. I really enjoyed that last league. I don't know if I want to play a different version of that same deck immediately. I think I want to play a combo deck. Switch it up a bit. Would y'all rather see greater good, or would you rather see a good combo? Gonna have to change some card slots to hurt my eyes less either way. We got some greater good votes. Alrighty. I wish there was a button to, like, just always get the old border versions of cards on Magic Online when you, like, upload a deck. Because it does the opposite, and then I have to go in one by one. Dead Guy Elm? Nah. If I was going to play white-black, I would play, like, probably my white-black control list. Yeah, I've put a solid amount of time trying to make this deck good and failing. The biggest issue, so there's more tutors that you can run. You could play like Living Wish for Academy Rector or Dreadnought. You could play, there's a green-white tutor that does Enlightened tutor things, but it costs 3 mana. The issue is like all of those things just like clunkify your deck. And then all of a sudden you're no longer like racing your opponent's interaction. And if you ever get into a grindy game with this deck, you kind of just fucking lose. It's just really not what we're set up to do. We're like trying to win on turn like 2 or 3 or something. You wouldn't call it good, but you're still proud of your creation? You should be. It's a fun one. I've had a lot of fun playing it, so. You're certainly allowed to be proud of things, even if they're not the literal best thing ever. Parents are like that all the time with their kids. I don't think that blue-green deck that I was just playing is like the bee's knees or anything, but it's pretty fun. Fun little maiden voyage. Okay, I think this is pretty close to playable. I guess I'll get some good pedals in there. Have I ever done a Stip Constructed League? Yeah. The issue is with those is I tend to like charge a bit more because you're taking up more time, right? All right, I think this is reasonable. But if you really wanted to see me play a League of something, could be fine. I'm not going to monkey with the sideboard too much. I'm at 61 cards, that's right. What's the plan with this deck? You're trying to get Greater Good into play as the main plan. You get Greater Good into play, and then you sacrifice Phyrexian Dreadnought or Academy Rector to it. The fun thing about this deck is that there's a bunch of like off combos. So like, and then once you draw through your whole deck, you can just put Pandemonium and Saproling Burst together to kill the opponent, or even like Pandemonium plus a couple more Dreadnoughts, right? And then you've got Nostalgic Dreams to rebuy your mana and your rituals and your Dreadnoughts that you've used earlier, whatnot. Yeah, I'm a big fan of 2 or 3 Nostalgic Dreams in this deck, just because it makes your fizzle rate when you're comboing go way down. Might cut a Duress. Let's do something like that. Excuse me. Yeah. But sometimes you just, like, naturally draw half of Saproling and Pandemonium, and then Rector up the other half and just kill them that way. Or just, like, Pandemonium plus some Dreadnought action. You have lines that do win without Greater Good. They're just very random and don't come up that often. Throw this in the old overlay here. Yeah, most people only play 1 Dreams. I thought that playing, like, Quad Mox Diamond would be really good, but if you play too many, it's just, like, too much variance in your opening hands. But I do still like the 1, also for, like, lower rate of fizzling out when you're comboing. You don't lose if, like, all your Lotus Petals are in the bottom of your deck. Alright, throw this puppy in the old overlay. Jam a quick ad and jump into the league, see if we can get a match. Filter lands. Yeah, filter lands aren't in, but there is like an off-color filter. They're weird. They don't tap for lands normally. They don't tap for like a colorless mana like modern filter lands. And you can use a colorless mana to use them, and then you get like 2 specific mana. You get like a red and a green. Or a black, and they're all ally colored. Isn't Unearth legal? Yeah, but Unearth doesn't reanimate Rector. If Rector ends up in the bin somehow. Or like you could therapy your opponent's creature and reanimate it. Very unlikely to, but... So, for example, you could like turn 1 Dark Ritual, Cabal Therapy, Self for Rector, bin Rector, reanimate it, then the therapy's in your graveyard to flashback, go get Greater Good, and play Dreadnought with you have 2 floating black mana, draw 12, you know. You can't do that with Unearth. Yeah, Academy Rector. Yeah, we warmed. It's a good thing that we warmed up with those 2 4-in-1 leagues, because I think we're about to do a bit worse. This deck is sweet though. The Premodern leagues are indeed new. exciting. Fuck. Not a hand that wanted to see a wasteland. Besides therapy in the land, how do you sack Rector? I mean, there's greater good. Actually, I think I should have I should have discarded the Academy Rector there, I think. Just go to discard. That would have been kind of cute. Man, we would have had everything. We would have had it all. Yeah, you wouldn't play the Pandemonium without the Sapperling Burst. So we could dump our whole hand here to get the greater good into play. Like sack the Lotus Petal, tap the Tower, Dark Ritual, pitch 2 Spirit Guides, have the 5 mana for the greater good. The issue then is we're getting ported every turn. Still thinking about the discarding Rector line. I think I'm going to do that. Couldn't I combo? I don't see how. Awkward. So we Dark Ritual, have triple black floating. Reanimate. Rector. I'm going to go to discard here and bin Cabal Therapy. Hey, empty chair. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 75 months. Appreciate it. All right, so we pitch Spirit Guide, Dark Ritual, Reanimate Rector. Oh shit, what up? Hey, how Abaji thinks the 14. Oh, you saw these cards since you were 14. Amazing. But I appreciate the sub. Thanks for 43 months. Oh, see, I couldn't play the naturalized because there's Sphere of Resistance. Anyway, this is as far as we can go because the Dreadnought actually costs 2, not 1 here. So we just have to pass back and hope we draw land. Hey, Shared Discovery, I appreciate the $50 donation. I'm excited to play your constructed step. We'll just fire that up in the next league. It comes with a message, trust me. Amazing. All right, deck, I'm gonna need a land here. Right about now-ish. This Fear Resistance has been a real dicking, I just wanted to say. Alright, we discard 3. Gonna discard Therapy. E-Tutor makes sense. And normally in this spot, you would be able to go like Lotus Petal, Mox Diamond, fucking Reanimate, Dreadnought, just fucking win. But we have to go to discard here. Because I already used my land drop for the turn. Yeah, the issue here is they can smack me for 5 down to 3, and then I kind of have to win on my next turn, which seems hard. They just served with Factory. Played a second Sphere of Resistance. God damn it. The Sphere's been rough. It's been extremely rough. Yeah, then 5ing me puts me off of reanimating the anything too. I think I am deaders. Pure misery. So after a game like that, you'd be tempted to board in a bunch of disenchants. These disenchants are real fucking expensive. Like, I don't think I would have been able to play them, really. I'm just gonna keep the deck as is. When I board in a card, like, I really wanted to win the game. Just because you're diluting the deck. You're making the deck worse when you do that. The hand's very close. Because the E-Tutor can find greater good, but we don't have the white mana for it. A little bit of acceleration. We're going to mulligan. That was so unsatisfying, because we got to, like, draw 12 cards with greater good, but then couldn't, like, play anything, and just died. That's the first time I've had that experience. And now we're gonna woodlot again, and then they're gonna pass the turn, and then I'm gonna draw Dreadnought and combo off on my turn 3. Now they're gonna play Mox Diamond and play something mean again. Sylvan Library. Okay, Dreadnought and we win. Dreadnought off the top. Let's go, baby. I don't actually want to play Greater Good naked, because they do have, like, disenchants and stuff. But this would have been a good spot to land it. A really good spot. And there comes Sphere again. I'm fine scooping here. Wasn't looking forward to being smothered by Sphere over a long game. Your odds of winning go down dramatically if you don't, like, start doing the thing early on in this deck. So much of your deck is all this fast mana to play the Greater Good as quickly as possible. Right, where is the Force of Vigor when you need one? Have I listened to the full Proto-Man 3 yet? I have, Captain Red. I have indeed. I dug it. It's sweet. A little closer. The issue is you just, like, don't have any of the combo or ways of tutoring for it. Okay, okay. I have used Sapperling Burst to start the Greater Good combo to, like, just be my draw engine. Currently, we don't have a white mana for the Rector, so maybe that's better. We do have a sack outlet for the Rector. Maybe I'll just bin all the action, assume I'll draw something. Come back, Rector, come back. A little Mox D action, huh? Abeyance, Just gonna assume they don't have a foil, which is probably gonna go disastrously for me. Gushin. Damn. All right, next game. Speed running this league. Some City of Solitudes. Get one more duress in here. Cut back on our reanimate. Maybe shave E-tutor. That's hard. It's hard just cutting things. Yeah, I'm supposed to cut Rector. I'll go Mox Diamond. Force of Will is very much not in Premodern, fortunately. If Force of Will was around, you'd have to, like, ban Gush and stuff. It'd be very different. Okay. The question is, do we want to duress early or do you want to chill on it? I think I'm going to fire it off now. Double Guy's Blessing Meddling Mage. Sure. So that's going to name Greater Good. I assume. Phyrexian Dreadnought. Okay. It's annoying. Wow. Foil got me again. I saw a list of this that had Form of the Dragon in the board, and that'd be pretty good in this particular situation. And now we play the waiting game. thought about getting Greater Good. Greater Good. Well, let me filter a little bit with Spirit Guide, I guess. Oh, we're gushing. I think that's going to wrap this up pretty nicely. Well, yeah, you're seeing another reason why this deck really doesn't want to play an extended game. Like, you're looking at the mana base, like, like, we really don't want to have to tap these lands more than, like, a few times. Just really not what the deck is set up to do. Alright, now we go down to 3 life. And then the Meddling Mage attacks me down to 1 life. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's about right. Alright, we'll give this one more match. See if we can do the thing. We just need to face somebody who's not playing Lane Destruction or Counter Spells or Discard. Oh, speaking of Discard, I wonder if Compost would be a good sideboard card for this deck. Or what about the 1-mana enchantment that makes mana for the amount of islands your opponent has? I could see that being really good. Just this permanent way to make a shitload of mana every turn. Could maybe even, like, literally cut Dark Rituals for him or something. Carpet of Flowers, yeah. Yeah, Carpet of Flowers. I kind of like. I like that it gives you mana of any color, too. That comes up. And it filters green, which is our most plentiful. Just thinking for a sec. I don't think this hand is quite there. It's very close, though. So basically what we're going to do here is we're going to chill. I probably should have played the Lotus Petal in case my opponent duresses me, and then I could respond with E-Tutor and at least like find the greater good, get that into play. I can they have a stop on my main phase, so I can do that now, actually. Nice. A City of Brass Mirror, huh? Oh, they have the duress, too. So ideally, we would be able to wait and see if we naturally drew either Greater Good or the Dreadnought, and then the E-Tutor could go get the other half. Because we're getting duressed, we kind of have to make a decision now. The nice thing about getting Greater Good is that it can pop off not just with Dreadnought, but also with Sapling Burst or Academy Rector, right? And it's a sack outlet for the Rector. Whereas the Dreadnought, for it to do anything, you would need to draw Greater Good, specifically. Alright, turn 2 Greater Good. It's not a turn 2 kill, but it is threatening a turn 3 kill. Hardcast Basking Ruwala. Okay. Nostalgic Dreams is almost good here. Rebuy the E-Tutor for Dreadnought. Destroy target enchantment. Main deck Monk Realist. Okay, our opponent's playing Survival, and they just naturally drew their one of Monk Realist, I guess. Fair enough. Sure. That's what I get for playing Magic today. We had like some really nice draws and wins earlier. I'm not too shook up about it. When we fired this deck up, I was like, we're probably not gonna do a lot of winning here. I was not surprised. Interesting. I almost like Nostalgic Dreams to get the Hickory Woodlot back. I'm just going to play the Greater Good and pass. These main decks have been hostile. Yeah, not even having to draw the Survival, just having the Monk Realist was funny. Alright, kind of need a good rip here. Need a good rip here. Nope. Yeah, this is a matchup where Compost and the sideboard would be real interesting, huh? I think if I played this deck again, I would have some number of Compost and some number of the mana one I was talking about. Because they're going wide, I'll bring in Deed, I suppose. Sideboarding's a big thing in this format. It's pretty big, yeah. Well, shit. What are the odds of them having an answer to Pandemonium? No chance. No chance. We got this. We got this, chat. A morph. A morph gets them 2 damage. I assume it's the morph that would be able to disenchant my Pandemonium next turn. Wait, it's my triggered? That creature's controller may have a deal damage. Okay, so it's my trigger, so I have to stack it. Sure. Interesting. We won! We won a game! We didn't have a greater good in play, but you know. You know. Gemstone Mine's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what I would duress here. Makes sense. So we get E-Tutor for Dreadnought, and then Therapy or Ritual out Rector. And then we're just passing the turn here on turn 2. But we do have this tower in hand. I almost wonder if getting Sapperling Burst is better here. Like, get Sapperling Burst and then cast the Greater Good from hand. I'm just thinking if we've got, like, a Naturalize in hand, which is better. Let's go for the Greater Good. Nice. We're off to the races. Whee! Just making sure. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Malachorian, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 71 months there. Still no Abbey Gargoyles. Unfortunate. Might as well draw my cards, huh? And you can use E-Tutors mid-combo. You can use Nostalgic Dreams to rebuy everything. We already have the win here, so don't need to muck with any of that. Yay. Alright. Deck is fun. I'm gonna switch it up a little bit, though. We actually have a stip. A deck that I have not played in Premodern before. Fun. Download text file. GG's Blue Man. Mono Blue Storm. That deck's fun. I've also not played that one in Premodern. So the reason it was called Mono White Lightning back in the day, because it actually had like a ball lightning type effect. And then the rules changed it. There was like a 3-mana, like, make 3 2/2s. And you could play it at end of turn and then untap, and like ball lightning. Waylay, that's the one. Yeah, it feels like there's a few different versions of White Weenie that folks jam. Yeah, I can't do this with the... There needs to be a pre-modern mode where it just like automatically puts your cards in the old borders. Swards. Exalted Angel is like actively good in pre-modern. It's a format staple, I think. Mostly sees play in white-black these days. But it's also quite good alongside Mother of Runes, as we're doing here. The only thing I don't like about the old border is that the cards are just hard to read with white text on white. I feel like they could give them a larger stroke. Give them like a black border, keep the font and stuff. Kind of what they would wonder what they would look like with just straight up black text. Kind of wondering about the Mother Runes in the board. Like why you wouldn't just want to main deck them. I like the warmth in the board. Haunted Angel, when it dies, exile it, and each other player gets a 3/3 Angel token with flying. That does not seem good to me. Seems decidedly poor. Solitary Champion seems cool. Let's get some different battle screeches in. Battle Screech and Cataclysm, not exactly a combo, but Cataclysm's good in a lot of matchups. Hey, Casual GC, thanks for the sub, thanks for 103 months there. Why we need Solitaire, guys. So the mana base is built around having the soul lands here, right? The Ancient Tomb and stuff. You see that we've got these 3 mana things. Hey, McNamura, thanks for the raid. Let's give Oph a shout out, huh? Hope you had a dope stream. Hope you had a great time. We're playing some pre-modern here. For folks that are new to the format... Yeah, what was Oaf jamming? If it was also pre-modern, I don't have to do the spiel. Basically, it's the sets. It's a community-made format. And it's the sets in between 4th edition and Scourge. So it's like old extended. Basically leaves off where old school leaves off, and then it ends where modern ends. So it basically just gives old fogies like me a place to... play their Exalted Angels. He was playing standard blue-white control. Nice. Yeah, standard's kind of interesting now. The boomer retirement home. Yeah, exactly. Trust the science. I'm trusting. You paid me $50 to trust the science. We're trusting. Full trust ahoy here. All right, throw this puppy in the old overlay. You can taste the trust. You can just feel it. You can feel the trust vibrating through. Hey, we got 100 players now. There's like 70-some players at the start. We get to play. Overlay officially updated. Hell yeah. Looks like a mole to me. Sick. I'm actually gonna bin the swords. And we're just like all in on these exalted angels. I've been force spiked a lot today. Is that gonna happen to me yet again? Dazed. Okay. How about now? That's what I thought. Savannah Lions doesn't look exciting, but people play fucking Jackal Pup in this format. Savannah Lions rips. Uh-oh. So there's the Dreadnought. Now I want my swords back. What did I do with that Swords of Plowshares? So they 12 me down to 6, and then counter whatever I play, and I lose. If only I had a Whipcorder instead of an Exalted Angel here. We're gushing. We're accumulated knowledging for 1? Are we now parallax waving? Amazing. Amazing. I was so ready to get countered there. I was so prepared. So Mother of Runes seems medium. As does Cataclysm. They're usually in a spot where they've got like 1 creature and they're gushing, so they don't care about their lands and stuff. We do want Disenchants. Yeah, and the Cursed Totems and Webs don't really matter much. Maybe I have to leave Mother of Runes in, just to have anything. I guess it protects from random like bounce effects. This is not amazing. Could play Furnace to hit their AKs. That seems really weak. Trust the science. I'm trusting. I'm trusting. Ooh. Ancient Tomb Action. I was definitely going to City Traders on 2 and start firing off 3 drops. Ancient Tomb a little better, maybe. Seal of Cleansing is easier to line up with Parallax Wave, so it's like a better main deck card. But it is awkward how it gets stifled in this matchup. Fair enough. Now, some of y'all are going to ask, Caleb, do you regret morphing your Exalted Angel instead of just hard casting it the next turn? And to those people, I would say, shut up. Shut up. No regrets, none. Regretless. Do I want to flashback that? I don't think so. I think I just wanted to do a bit of beats of my own here. Yeah, tapping summoning sick creatures to flashback Battle Screech a little bit more exciting than giving up on 9 damage to make 2 1/1s. Soltari Champion is legit, yeah. Hell yeah. That first game where they just like didn't have a single counterspell for the Parallax Wave, that was nuts. I feel like Premodern has a bunch of sick games like that come down super close. There's like good answers, but there's not like a ton of them. There's good card draw, but there's not like a ton of it. Everything like costs life and has like fair exchange rates and stuff. Can you imagine like an escape creature in this format, like an Uro, or a Flage? Oh man. You'll have Nether Spirit and you'll like it. Exactly. Exactly. You're like, oh, fuck, Cling to Dust would be OP. Yeah, Cling to Dust would see a shitload of main deck play, If I could add one set to Premodern, what would it be? I wouldn't. Yeah. Would just, not do that. A little bit less excited about my double Ancient Tomb draw now. Jorblins. Homelands? Yeah, Homelands would have like no impact on the meta. That'd be maybe ideal. No, why would I want to go back to the no? If you could change stuff about Premodern, I like this format. Leave it alone. What are these questions? Homelands is legal. Well, it would get added. Damage on the stack would be more flavorful, and the format would be smaller. There would be fewer people. I would have fewer opponents. Why would I want that? Also, when did they add damage on the stack? Was that 3rd or 4th or something? Just tutor up. Sharpie shooties. Sure. Desire is certainly banned. Blue-green, Allurin, and Psychotog are all viable options. Yeah, so adding damage on the stack isn't even flavorful. It was only a thing for like half the sets that are in the format. Is this sponsored? What? A Caleb D MTG Magic the Gathering stream? Who do you think would sponsor me? I guess this is a stip. Shared Discovery did donate for me to play this deck. So in that light, I suppose, we got ourselves a sponsored stream here. What's Haunted Angel about? I don't know. At the beginning of the end step, destroy all goblins. Kind of wish I'd left one more little blocker back here. You know what? I think I'll block the lackey. They can sack their whole board and play Siege Gang, but I don't think that saves them. Yeah, I wonder how this game goes if they just slam Siege Gang there. And they can sack to kill the Sultari. Hot diggity. We got some Crimson Acolytes. We got some Mother of Runes. I don't think Warmth is where it's at. The issue with Curse Totem is it does turn off my Mother of Runes, but maybe that's okay. I gotta come up with 5 cuts. That's so many cuts. See about cutting Visionary. Fire Blast? Oh, Goblins does not play Fire Blast. Can you stack Parallax Wave to be 4-mana exile 5 critters? You need to have a way to get the Parallax Wave off the board so you can respond to your own triggers. In the main deck there, the Seal of Cleansing lets you do that. If you go turn 2 Seal of Cleansing and then like turn 4 Parallax Wave, then you can go exile 5 of your things, stacking all those triggers. Don't let any of them resolve, then blow up the Parallax Wave. And then because Parallax Wave has 2 different triggers, the Leaves the Battlefield trigger happens, and then the exile trigger happens, and then their permanent cards will be exiled permanently. But you do need to have a way of getting rid of the Parallax Wave, bouncing it or sacking it or what have you. Need 2 more cuts here. Historically, I've liked 3/3s against goblins. Does remove it? You need to respond. You need to respond. The important part is the response. The death trigger has to happen first for them to stay exiled, because otherwise when it dies, it says when it leaves the battlefield, they'll return all the creatures. That is the thing you're trying to get. Oh, I just gotta submit. Yeah, fading cares about like if you would remove a counter, then it dies. When is the Moto All Access token? I think it comes back this this month at some point. The article where they announced this, they talk about it. Yeah, ideally you would get Mother of Runes down early, so it doesn't have something sick. But if you just played a Mother of Runes here, they could like play some removal spell, get it out of the way, smack you with Lackey. Whereas Crimson Acolyte just has straight up pro red. That seems really good. Hell, now I can like protect the Mother Runes too. How's White Weenie feel? It's been solid so far. Yeah, Daddy of Runes. You recommend drawing fewer lands? We'll find something at some point. An Exalted Angel would be the tits. I could technically be getting in for one, but I don't want to play around Lackey too loosey-goosey. Yeah, currently Premodern is not permanently supported on Magic Online, but I think if the format gets enough build, if it gets enough hype, they'll probably just give it its own league. So hopefully it grows a bit over this next month on Magic Online. There was already like a community of folks playing here. Hell yeah. We have multiple ways of giving this Exalted Angel Pro White. Will they tutor up again? Ringleader Shay. Would I ever play Penny Dreadful? I would not even look up what that is. I think in terms of like community formats that I don't already jam, the one that there's a couple that interest me. There's 7-Point Highlander, which seems like an interesting deviation from Canadian Highlander. Might give that a shot at some point. There's also 30 vintage, I think looks interesting. I could see jamming that at some point. If you look at the top here, it says Premodern Friendly League. So historically, it has been just like a community, people playing in the anything goes, whatever area. I was talking about formats I would play ever, Fearburger. It was not related to Daybreak, their contraption thing or whatever. Yeah, there's a Premodern Friendly League currently. They might rotate that out for another community-based format. That's why they're calling it Contraption instead of it just being Premodern. They didn't want to nail themselves down. But historically, if you're looking to play Premodern, like you see, there's just like people here in the freeform best of 3 doing Premodern testing, Premodern practice, Premodern casual. So you can just like find people to jam Premodern here too. There's a Discord people where people will find matches and play leagues and stuff. It's interesting that there's a contraption best of 3, and oh hey, somebody's in there now. We got a game, a actual factual Premodern thing. Sharpshooter is hasty. I wonder if I should have given my stuff pro red before the sharpshooter landed. A little worried about like prospector maybe. Wouldn't it become more expensive? Wouldn't what become more expensive? They said it will probably be a full-time format in February. Right. Yeah, they did seem to imply that. If Premodern gets more popular on Magic Online, I don't really see it impacting paper prices that much, because people that are playing online are just playing online, right? You'll see cards spike on Magic Online for like modern decks and stuff, and have it just like not impact the paper like supply at all, supply and demand. Just wildly different groups of players. Right? Yeah, vintage doesn't impact things much. Some versions of these old cards might get more expensive. I think the situation here is the opponent has a second copy of Pyrokinesis, and they're hoping that I activate my Crimson here again. I'm just going to let this Sharpshooter resolve. So either gotta kill me or kill both my angels. Doable. Hmm. 36 damage. I mean, goblins can do 36 damage. Not with Ringleader hitting like that. I mean, I guess that does get at least one lackey hit in. Could be important. Just casting the incinerator. Sure. You know what? I think I'll mark the pile driver. Imagine if that ringleader had found another couple pile drivers, though, huh? They just had me. Excuse me. White lightning. Trust the science. Trust the science. Oh, I need some water. I'll be right back, friends. I'm going to jab a couple-minute ad break, and then I'll turn off ads for the next hour. Won't impact our next match or two. I'll see you folks soon. All right. I've returned. Hope people are having a pleasant Monday night. Hope folks are enjoying this pre-modern format. Yeah, I think this is my third or fourth pre-modern stream. I did a couple collaborations with fellow content creators. And then there was one day that I was just jamming pickup games because I was really in the mood for it. I do really enjoy this format. I would like to jam it more consistently, so it's kind of pleasant that they gave us leagues. Hopefully they're popular. Hopefully people enjoy them. My ideal streaming schedule would be like one day for Premodern, one day for Pauper, one day for whatever the limited format is, one day for Cube. This looks like a mull to me. Well, hold on. I wish I knew what the matchup was, right? Because Seal of Cleansing on Parallax Wave could be insane. I'm going to try it. I think the hand's bad, like we're a Savannah Lions deck and we're just not applying pressure. But I want to see if we like get to pop off with the wave here. Mog Fanatic, sure. Two Mox Diamonds just to make the deck unaffordable. We can't have that. Couple City Traders in here, too. I'm going to try just passing here. Yeah, and Cradle, hun. Dot Naga. Guy's Cradle. Oh, it's red-green. Nice. We played a league with red-green earlier. It was a good time. Do we take another 3 damage, or do we just fire this off now? They sure looked like they wanted to play something and then didn't. I bet we're going to do this, and then they're going to play and Call the Herd or whatever. That's why I kept the hand at Court for 5. Those are the legal sets, Real Western. Yeah. So the issue with Exalted Angel is I'm pretty sure it just eats a bolt. There's actually a lot of issues here. I think I was supposed to make birds, put those in front of Mog Fanatic. I was kind of surprised they didn't just flashback Call the Herd. I guess they were playing around a second Parallax Wave, though, huh? They didn't just want to waltz into it if they had other good plays. Yeah, what are you playing for a red Nicola, Sam? Kind of a rough spot here. I think we're gonna be like we have to block, and then we might just die anyway. And then if we don't die, they're certainly answering our angel is the spot we're in. Best case scenario, they wouldn't have anything besides flashing back Call of the Herd, but yeah, they just have double bolts. Six me down to 3. Yeah, I mean. Love Mother of Runes here. I actually have enchantments to hit. It's weird, but I'm going to play Warmth. I do have a lot of burn. Yeah, that's a reason to play Crimson Acolyte, too. They do have, like, obviously they've got some green threats. But I think this is solid. I saw someone bring in Phyrexian Furnace against me earlier when I was on red-green. Just, hitting the elephants, you know? I don't know if that's any good. I'm cutting Haunted Angel. They just have like a lot of bolts and incinerates and stuff. Seems like not where I want to be. Yeah, I'll cut Visionary as the last Kataruski there. This opener looks sick, right? We can turn 2 Crimson Acolyte, and then turn 3 Morph the Exalted with Protection mana up. Premodern and Old School are the only paper Magic you play anymore. Hope these league tests go well. Me too. Me as well. It would be sick if there was, like, leagues for Old School on Magic Online too. That mongrel is wild. Nice. They're going to be able to... Okay. It's not what I'd be doing this turn. If I was them, I would have simply sacrificed the Seal of Fire on the Morph. I respond by Crimson Acolyte targeting the Morph. They respond by discarding a card to the Wild Mongrel and then Lava-mancing the Morph. And instead, we just let a Savannah Lions die. Okay. Yeah, no, not my Savannah Lions. Now they're gonna have to truly 2-for-1 themselves to get rid of this angel. Simoon's a deep cut. Simoon, I've seen. I was looking over red-green sideboards earlier. I think it's in like a little over half the lists. It's fairly stock. Sideboard card. They're just scooping. They're just scooping the angel. Fair enough. I guess Furnace also works on Lavamancer, huh? Maybe it belongs. Maybe it just belongs here. We have to cut back on something, like champion, Battle Screech stuff, I guess. Yeah, let's cut 2 champions. No, I'll do that. What's Sabo's web for him? I always confuse the two mana artifacts. So this is mostly for creature lands. If we play against somebody that's got multiple, or if they've got a bunch of like Rishon imports and stuff, it's good against those. There's a shitload of creature lands in this format. Might as well make them pop it, huh? Astral Slide is not really a thing in Premodern, no. Very common question. No, my mother runes. Just incinerating my face, EO team. Ideally, we wouldn't be burning a swords on an elephant token when we've got this Parallax Wave, but I'm going to do it. Because we don't know if we're going to hit our 4th mana for Parallax Wave. We have a spare anyway. Come on, deck. Give me that 4th mana, please. Alright, well, if we have a backup Exalted Angel, I guess I'll play it. The idea is I want to play Parallax Wave out, untap with it, and then play a Morphed Angel, and then I can just, like, blink it, you know? Come on, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. So here, if they try to burn one of my creatures, I can respond by blinking it out with the Parallax Wave. Yep. How embarrassed would they be with that concession if there's a Whipcorder under there? Trust the science, friends. Yeah, if I had a complaint about Premodern currently, it'd be that the blow up all your lands decks are a bit more of the meta than I would like. I want to play Tron again. That deck was fun. You cut Whipcorder for Moxen. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, same slot. same idea. Yeah, I've seen people play Whipcorder before. You're stoked that I'm showcasing Premodern for the people? Hell yeah, Fish Duggery. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I think this is like my 4th time streaming Premodern. Done a couple collaborations and a couple like random test streams. What's the reasoning for Haunted Angel? I don't know. not my list. I assume there's just not that many 3-mana 3/3 flyers floating around. Perhaps you just like have all these parallax waves, so you don't mind them getting a token that mad. I've been boarding it out against red removal though. You think 3 damage cards are a big part of the meta? Sort of. Like Sly is up there. Goblins is up there. But that's why we got a sideboard, right? I have to restart Magic Online soon. Sometimes you just play cards with extreme downsides and hope nothing happens. Oh yeah. Reminds me of the blue-green deck that I was playing earlier, where we were just like extremely in on Lion's Eye Diamond, and there are so many openers where we just like turn to like cracking it to like fire off some Roar of the Worms, just making 6/6. Like, can you beat this? Yeah, I went 4-1, which I thought was a little bit better than I expected. A lot of blue control decks. And we did beat Mono Red Sly when we faced it. Nice. So we were probably good to morph the Exalted Angel, but like a single burn spell actually does kill the Exalted Angel because they have a Lavamancer, right? So they go Mountain, Bolt, Exalted Angel, and you go give protection with Mother of Runes. They go, okay, respond, activate Lavamancer, kill your Exalted Angel. If you don't tap with a Parallax Wave here, though, then you can just protect it. Feels hard not to just win. Every Premodern staple is skyrocketed in price. Has it? What does a gold border cradle go for now? Should I be selling out a Premodern? No, it's the same. It's the same. You lied to me. Oh, you mean on Magic Online? Sure. Is Wave Morphed Angel a combo? I think so. I think I do have some pre-modern cards on Magic Online too. I bought like old border survivals and stuff. Nice. Yeah, I scooped those when they were like 7s, and now they're up to like 13. Phyrexian Infernos is like 15 ticks. That's wild. I shouldn't be playing extra lands. Because they've got Cataclysm in my deck. So it's just like correct to hold on to them. Hell yeah, Duress Crew. Whew. Excuse me. I think I lost some brains there. Premodern does not use damage on the stack. Modern rules, modern rules. Well, opponent's got an opening to actually answer the Exalted Angel. Maybe I'm supposed to serve the lions in. Because if the factory eats the lions, then they're not also killing the Exalted. I think I'm into that. It's not pretty. But I'm pretty excited about that, sure. Yeah, Lifeline didn't exist yet. The Exalted Angel. It didn't even exist yet during the White Genji, right? What's up, Billy? When's the next set coming out for Premodern? You know, I've been waiting on that. When is the next set coming out? Ooh. Yeah, this is what I thought they were going to do last turn. So now's when I Cataclysm, I think, and wish that I'd held that Ancient Tomb from the other turn. I assume they keep basic Mountain Grim Lavamancer, and then the Lavamancer can clean up my Mother Runes without losing value, I guess. Or that. That makes more sense. Oh, they get to choose Factory as an artifact now. Well, isn't that clever? That makes this Cataclysm look real bad. They literally just sacrifice a Jackal Pup and a Barbarian Ring, and I lose 4 lands. I don't know about all this. I don't know about this Cataclysm, Caleb. I think I may have seen better Cataclysms cast. Cataclysm gets cited out a lot. Sure. I mean, I didn't have to cast it, right? I don't think I had... Oh, this is game 1. I see. Because my Mother Runes and Crimson Axe Lights aren't in. Now, if I had not cast that, I could just hard cast Exalted Angel. Whereas now, if I morph it, it just gets bolted. So a very large mistake on my part, casting the Cataclysm. We'd be in very much the same spot here, but they'd have a Jackal Pup and I'd have an Exalted Angel in play. The part that I missed... God, he does morph one. The part that I missed was that the factory could activate and give them an artifact. Gotta cast Cataclysm more often, huh? Yeah, so they Lava Mance, but at least we're not getting hit by 2 factories this turn, I guess. And who knows? Maybe they have a bolt hand. They have 7 cards in hand, so maybe the Angel would have just gotten answered. We'd be in largely the same spot. Oh, there's also the Ancient Tomb that I fired off for no reason earlier. Tinker Prison. Tinker Prison's a lot of fun. All right, I'll try cutting the cataclysms. I'll see. See how that goes. They do have targets for Seal of Cleansing. The fact that they're a little bit more artifact heavy than the typical Sly build because of the factories makes me wonder if Seal should stay in. Thinking about shaving an Ancient Tomb. If you use one to hardcast an Exalted Angel, it feels pretty good though. Oh yeah, I've been cutting Haunted Angels. Am I coming to Boston? Unlikely. Are you talking about for like LobsterCon or something? I don't know where that is. Very hard to get me to travel for Magic these days. Someday I would like to travel to Europe for a Paupergeddon. Yeah, Fish Duggery. The issue is, like, you don't know how many of each they're playing. Like, we might have seen there are only 2 factories there. I like Disenchants a little bit better, because the Disenchants also hit Seal of Cleansing, or not, I'm sorry. I just, like, saw the fucking card name. They also hit Cursed Scroll and their 3-mana one. Sulfuric Vortex. They might want Vortexes to turn off Exalted Angel life gain. It's possible that 4th Disenchant should be in. Boston's so far from the Midwest. It really is, yeah. What would it take, though? Oh, if you're talking about comp and flights, that's different. Sponsored travel, that's a little different. Man, this hand is very close. With the second land, I'd be all about it. Crimson Acolyte's been really impressive. I think I would keep this on the draw. Fuck. Malort sponsorship. Oh my. There's a Malort advent calendar. My god. Looking forward to every one of my creatures being very obnoxious. Am I playing a bunch of decks? I played a few decks today already. We went 4-1 with this, well, it's not really Madness. We don't have any Madness cards. This blue-green flashback deck with LEDs. It's pretty fun. Very all-in. A little stressful, but very fun. We went 4-1 with red green aggro earlier. I was trying out Querying Dryad. I'd seen someone play Querying Dryad instead of Wild Mongrel or Riverboa or whatever the fuck, whatever terrible 2-drop red green players are playing. And I was like, I kind of want to play Lava Dart with Querying Dryad. Kind of like how they do Lava Dart with Prowess creatures in Modern, and that felt very good. I also happened to play against like Elves and Sly in the league, so that helped a lot, but I did really enjoy it. Like, the thing is, like, even if you're not playing against a deck where Lava Dart's insane, it's still not that much worse than whatever terrible shock you were playing. So the synergy with Dryad was cool. And then I went like 1 and 2 with Greater Good and dropped it. And now we've got a sponsored. We have a donation deck here. This mono white deck, which we're currently 3-0 with. Yeah, I want to Screech, but I want to Screech with Crimson up. Is there a Psychotog deck to be played? There's plenty of Psychotogs in the format. I did throw together an LED flashback Psychotog list as well. I haven't given any spins. We are getting close to when I'm usually done streaming. There's one issue there. People seem stoked about Premodern. Maybe I'll jam it tomorrow, too. Would any of y'all show up to watch if I streamed Premodern, if I ran it back? There's so many decks in Premodern. I could stream all week and never run out. But I must play a Psychotog deck. Okay, okay. You need to see Masticore. It would heal you. Yeah, I run a Masticore in Elves. I don't think Tron is very good right now, but I was playing like 3 main deck in that deck. It was very necessary to have like a bat's chance in hell against the tribal decks in Premodern. Crimson Acolyte, you got it, Schwab. You need to see Questing Feldergriff. That is a bummer, Grand Fly, and that's not how it works. Tron seems terrible with Ponza being so good. Yeah. There is like a pretty sweet anti-LD spell in the format. But it's not very good versus the come on, Teferi's Response. Yeah, this one was always the sickest. They try to like Dust Bowl your Tron land. You're like Teferi's Response. Blow up your Dust Bowl. I draw 2 cards. I literally beat Fran that way. He traveled all the way to Madison, Wisconsin to play Premodern, and I did him dirty with Teferi's Response in the. He was playing Blue-White Standstill. That was a long-ass time ago. I think that might have been like several years ago. Maybe a year and a half. I don't know. Feels like a different age. But yeah, I wouldn't want to play Tron against a bunch of Parallax Wave. Or Parallax Tide, rather. It's... And Geddon. I always lost to Geddon. Okay, so they're emptying their hands. They can actually answer the thing here. All right, we'll give a little pro red action. Might as well. And then I assume their last 2 cards are because they did all that work emptying their hand and everything. Fire Blast. That is a terrifying last couple of cards to have. Fuck. So if their hands double Fire Blast, it means that I am at functionally, what, 6 life? Why did I use Disenchant instead of Sealing Cleansing first? Because of the mana. Like, the Sealing Cleansing is in play. I can play like a 4-drop or something and still use the seal on a future turn. How do you feel about Swordsing Sultari? Pretty bad, right? Immediate regret. The thing is, they just need like back-to-back bolt to kill me here. So gaining 2 life could have been good. I wonder if we're going to see a hard cast Fire Blast on this Sultari champion. Okay. Yeah, if they want to grind, they want to grind. I'm less nervous now. I was less tempted to swords. Even though we have a 3rd swords now, I was less tempted to swords for 2 life. Because one of the Fire Blasts was getting out of their hand. Wow, a removal spell for every bird token. Let's go. There we are. So they do have a Fire Blast in hand, which means that they have a solid chance of double spelling to kill the Exalted. That doesn't mean you just don't play it, though. Gotta get the room ready for the 2nd Exalted hum. Yeah, so I assume this one plus Fire Blast is answering my angel here. Yeah, and they want to do it before I could untap. Because that, I would probably swords. But now the opponent's down to 1 hand. They're at 6 life. They had to use both of their Fire Blasts. Not at my face. That's got to feel bad. Their best way back into this is a 3rd Curse Scroll, which kind of makes me wish I'd brought in that 4th Disenchant. Seal Fire Shame. Kind of wish I had a Curse Scroll of my own, This little bird's going the distance. 4 more turns. 4 more turns. Let's go. Oh. Oh. They have 1 card in hand. I think I'm gonna swords it. Hello. Did they draw an answer? Are they finally killing this bird? Guess I'm swords in a factory, Alright, can we get Exalted Angel number 3? We cannot. Where's a Decree of Justice when you need one, Alright, we got him right where we want him. Should I show hand? I always think it's silly when people do, because it's usually like pretty clear what's going on. I'll reveal, why not? Look at my salt! Look at my terrible planes! 6 of them! Close game. Like, they needed to rip that 1 turn to not die to the bird, right? Pretty close. Saga Plains, good taste. Why, thanks, Billy. Yeah, I like the Saga basics. That's what I use in real life, too. I've got a Pauper Gauntlet and a Premodern Gauntlet. And I got the Saga basics for all of them. Needs more Curse Scroll. Yeah, random ass Curse Scroll in here could be kind of good. It's like a one of. Am I done after this? This is about when I am done for the night. Yeah. Yep. I appreciate the stip offer, though. I'd be happy to run more Premodern Stips in the future, and this was a lot of fun. Yeah, there's the thought of the turn 2 Haunted Angel. You don't really know when you're hitting your next land, though. And these Parallax Waves seem pretty good against the zombie infestation stuff. I'm a little bit worried about getting Contagion locked. The name Soltari Priest, a card, which is not in this list, but not a terrible name. Second Therapy, sure. Yeah, you got it. No Priest? I think No Priest makes sense if you're jumping up your curve with the Soul Lands. They should name Sword because every white deck has it. So the issue with naming Sword is their deck might be specifically designed to be good against Sword. Like if you're doing zombie infestation recursion stuff, you might just be good against that already. Right, exactly, Jordan. If you don't care about swords, then why would you name it? Kind of like playing the land here. You always thought this was Depeche Mode? I think it's a cover. I mean, this is Scandroid. Tears for Fears. It's the original. Sounds right. Oh, let's play this fucking... Let's play another 80s style throwback. Yeah, I'd probably junk this deck up with a bunch of one-ofs. One Curse Scroll, one Crusade. What if the opponent's running the rack? Oh, I'm sorry, you're sick, Avalonians. We are on our final match of the night here. Jamming some Premodern. Just got added to Magic Online. Probably playing Premodern again tomorrow, too. In Wizards formats, Yawgmoth. Wizards never said, like, you can't play these cards in your community run formats. But everyone still got uptight about it. It was weird. How dare you? Maybe I want both Sabo's webs. So I'm pretty sure they're on the Contagion control deck, which has me wondering if I should be playing swords or not. I think I want to play it, but like not 4. Like maybe I'll play like 2. Weird as that is. Oh, you tried it recently, Grand Fly? Gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, Daybreak's not restricted, but who knows? Maybe they have an agreement with Wizards or something. It's not a Wizards format Nom Cake. Crusade is a legal card in Premodern. We will play it. Am I worried about Haunted Angel? Perhaps they'll change the configuration. It becomes an official Moto format, right? It seems that they need to at least address it. Or Coda replacement. I don't really care if literal Crusade's in or not. I mean, I kind of do. There's like the vibe of these old cards, right? But I mostly just want the format to be the same between paper and Magic Online. Hoping to dodge some sweeper action. Not a bad spot for an Engineered Plague. Or a Sickening Dreams. Almost want to just like perma-exile the Nether Spirit, but I'm just going to blink it out. Get my attack in. Wonder what I should be disenchanting here. I go to 2. I guess I play this Mother Runes. Glad you're enjoying the tunes, noblest men. Well, no trophies on day 1. No 5-0s, but 3 4-1s? That's not bad. I got to try out some new stuff. Like the blue-green LED deck was a brew that I'd been wanting to jam for a while and just like hadn't found the time. That was a lot of fun. Be fun to keep monkeying around with like similar ideas, right? Knowing that it can win games. Maybe you try and work Madness into somehow or something, or maybe you try out the Infestation Psychotog version that I didn't quite have enough time to play any games with. But yeah, that could be fun. And then, yeah, it was cool testing out the tweaks to red-green aggro. I really enjoyed Quarian Dryad and Lava Dart a lot. Felt like a good combination of things. And then that White Lightning deck. Thanks, Shared Discovery, for the sick-ass donation. I had a lot of fun trying out your White Weenie list. Sorry we didn't run into any of the blue decks that you were aiming this at. But it still performed pretty well. All right, friends. I think I'm like 90% to be jamming Premodern again tomorrow. So if you enjoyed today's stream, catch you all then.